Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Congressional District 7 Logic and Accuracy Test. I am Scott Jarrett, the Maricopa County Elections Director. We actually have 3 separate logic and accuracy tests that we're going to be doing today. The very first one is going to be with the Secretary of State, and they are here, and we have the Election Director, Lisa Mara. She's getting the whole team situated. They just came in, they arrived, they're actually opening up the ballots. So these ballots have been marked by the Secretary of State's team, and as a county official, we have no knowledge of how the Secretary of State marked those ballots because it's a blind test to us. So in front of the party representatives, we have the county chairs from the political parties. I think currently in this room we have our Democratic chair, our Libertarian chair, and we're still waiting here for the Republican chair. I believe he's on the way. He should be here shortly. But they unsealed those ballots in front of the county chairs. And one of the things that they will first start with is testing the accessible voting devices. So these are devices that we put out at every single one of our voting locations to ensure that a voter, if they had a disability, that they can vote that ballot autonomously, so they don't need the assistance of someone else. So and we'll actually go over there in a few minutes and take a look at the accessible voting device. The Secretary of State has a very close script that they're going to follow as they vote those ballots from the accessible voting devices, because those ballots get included in their tests on our tabulation equipment. So a couple things about Congressional District 7 primary election. So this is to fill the seat that was vacated when the unfortunate passing of Representative Grijalva passed earlier this year. And then shortly after that, the governor called a special election. So this is in that Congressional District 7 Arizona seat. So this is the first of the elections to fill that, right? This is the partisan primary elections, right? So the parties get to choose who their representatives will be when we have the general election later this fall. That will actually be September 23rd versus this primary election, which will be on Tuesday, July 15th. So we're going to actually go and move over, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our accessible voting devices that we have in Maricopa County and the tests that they're doing. All right, is this still good? We're trying the new mic. Okay, it's good to go. All right, so what's happening here, these are accessible voting devices. These devices allow a voter, as I said, to be able to vote their ballot autonomously without assistance. So one of the things that they have is this ATI controller. It actually looks like a video game controller, but that would allow someone to progress through the ballot using that controller. They can also use the touch screen to vote their ballot as well. It'll allow them to make the print on the screen much, much larger. If someone had a visual impairment, it allows them to, we record every single ballot, every single contest in both English and Spanish. So if a voter had a impairment with their sight and they're not able to see, then they're able to vote that ballot using that audio we've recorded. And that's one of the things that and it's standard and it's consistent with the other counties throughout the state. So they'll be testing in both English and Spanish, this test. When we do our county test later today, we won't be doing that audio test because we've already done it. So the county chairs were here last week on June 10th when we did, where the county did 100% of our equipment that will be used in this election. And so they observed that test at that point in time. So right now the Secretary of State is testing 8 of our accessible voting devices. So we will have 8 election day vote centers for this upcoming July special primary, and they're testing all of those 8 accessible voting devices that will be at those voting locations. For the county test, because we test 100% of our equipment, we also had 4 spares that we are creating in case one of these had a technical malfunction and we need to replace it on election day, say the battery or the power cord wasn't working. So we've tested 4 in that instance, very rare, but as a contingency that we could then deploy them out to the voting location. So on that June 10th date, that's when we did those tests of those spares. So they're going to, as they're filling out the ballots using either the ATI device or the touch screens, they will print a ballot. And then that ballot will be included in the test when they run it through our central count tabulators and our election day tabulators. So a couple things related to this is we get lots of questions sometimes about paper ballots. And lots of calls and requests that in Arizona and in Maricopa County, we use paper ballots. And we actually do. So since we've had this equipment, 100% of our ballots have been paper ballots. So this is dating back to 2019. And that includes the ballots that are voted on the accessible voting device. Because even though they're using these touchscreens to vote their ballots, a paper ballot will print, and then the voter is able to verify each of those contests on that ballot before they insert it into the tabulator, right? So that's a real value add for those voters that are using this equipment. So all of our equipment, we're using the Dominion Democracy Suite 5.17. So this went through federal certification earlier this year, and then went through the state certification also earlier this year. So it's available for use, or sorry, actually they went through both a couple years ago. There's a new version, Democracy Suite 520, that just went through certification this year, and we'll be upgrading to that later this election, or later this calendar year. So again, this is the Secretary of State's test. So these are all staff members from the Secretary of State's office that are performing the test. It's not the county staff, because it is as I mentioned earlier, a blind test. So this will take a little bit of time. The other test that we'll have to do before we start actually running the ballots through the tabulators is a zero test. So we'll make sure that we zeroed out the election management program and then also each of the tabulators before we started the test. But they have to first print these ballots before we can start that test. Okay, we do have the Republican Party representative here now. All right, so right now, as I mentioned, we're going to need to verify that there's been no ballots and no tallied results before we begin tabulating. So that's currently what's going to be happening here. So our Deputy Elections Director has the county representatives, and they're verifying that again, there's no ballots that have been run through. So they'll look through the tally receipt, and they'll verify zero. They'll also be looking at the counter that is on the tabulator itself that will also show zero ballots. And this is zero report that we're doing before the logic and accuracy test. The poll workers also do this before they open the polls on election day to verify that there's been no ballots. So a poll worker, as part of their standard checklists, they will not proceed without performing this zero review. So it looks like we've successfully confirmed that each of our vote centers, our precinct-based tabulators, have 0 ballots that have been run through them, and they're ready to have ballots inserted into them. Now we're going to be moving to the central count equipment. So for this election, because CD7 overlaps, it's pretty much the majority of the southern part of the state. So that is going to overlap about half of Yuma County, all of Santa Cruz County, a small portion of Cochise County, about half of Pima County, and then only a handful of precincts. I think it's really 4 precincts that are in Pinal County, and then we have 23 precincts that overlaps in Maricopa County. So as of earlier or late last week, when I looked, it was just over 60,000 total voters that were registered in Maricopa County for the Congressional District 7 election. And by the way, I just mentioned the number of registered voters. Today is the voter registration deadline for voters, so they have until through Service Arizona, as long as they register before midnight, so 11:59 and a few seconds through that Service Arizona website, they can be registered to vote in this and participate in this election. Or if they wanted to do it in person using a paper form, they have until the recorder's office, or even here, our MCTEC, or Central Counting and Tabulation Center, until 5 p.m. today. So right now, and the reason I mentioned 60,000-ish voters, that is a really small election for Maricopa County, right? We currently have over 2.6 million registered voters, so that is a small percentage. So we will not have to use all of our central count equipment for this election. In actuality, we're only going to be using 2 high-speed tabulators and 1 Canon tabulator. We could get and count all of these ballots, every ballot, if all 60,000, if all of them were ready and available for us to count before Election Day, we can get them all done in one day using one of our tabulators. However, they won't come in all one day. They will come in progressively over that early voting period, and then some will wait until Election Day itself. I'm currently estimating, based off of the last time we had a special election in Maricopa County to fill a congressional seat, which was in 2018, right? And that was Congressional District 8. It was different boundaries at the time because we've gone through the Independent Redistricting Commission. But that was solely in Maricopa County, had over 400,000 voters that were Maricopa County voters. And we had turnout that was right around 25%. So I'm estimating for this primary election somewhere between 20 and 30% turnout. So that would be somewhere close to 12,000 to 20,000 total ballots will be returned. So again, that would not take us very long using this equipment. So these are the 2, if I can come over here, the 2 tabulators that we'll use for this election are high-speed tabulators, and then we'll also be using this Canon tabulator. We typically just use that for provisional ballots because we're expecting so few provisional ballots will be voted for this election. So while they're wrapping up completing the zeros, the Secretary of State is running their ballots, again, marked ballots that we are not knowledgeable of how they voted those ballots through our vote center tabulators. So a few things about our central counting facility and our ballot tabulation room. So this is one of the most secure rooms in the entire facility, and the entire facility is very secure. It first starts with our outside of the building. So we have live video cameras monitoring all the various areas around the building. We also have a permanent gate that is surrounding the building as well. Only individuals that work within this facility have badge access, or anyone from the county admin building that would also play a role. Some of the recorder's office staff work at a different facility, but they have access to some of the rooms in this building. So they would also have access to the gate and then through the lobby. But our ballot tabulation center, only someone who has a job responsibility or direct oversight of this room has badge access. We always require that there's 2 individuals in this room, so no one can ever come into this room by themselves. Also, none of our equipment is connected to the internet. So this is a closed or air-gapped, closed system, or an air-gap system, meaning that all what is on a network, it's a closed network. So all of our tabulation equipment, they are connected to, and we have a glass room over here with the election management system server, right? And we have a primary server and a backup server within that room. And you can trace all the wires that are coming from our tabulation equipment directly to the server. So if it is a tabulator, it's going to have a blue wire that's coming from the tabulator to the server. We do have some adjudication stations, which are over here behind me, and we're actually the Secretary of State, and we will be testing those as well. That is, adjudication is sometimes our tabulation equipment can't determine the voter's intent on the ballot. Usually that's involving a write-in candidate, right? So someone will fill in an oval on the ballot and then write in a candidate's name. We have to have a bipartisan board, a Republican and Democrat, working together to determine if that vote was for a valid or an official write-in candidate, and then tally that within the system. So that happens at adjudication. Also, sometimes voters, for this contest, it's a vote for one, but sometimes a voter will vote for 2 candidates, right? And so if they vote for 2, we have to review that ballot, determine if maybe the voter corrected their ballot, and then we can determine voter intent in that situation. So, but those are the adjudication stations, and those have a white wire going from them to the server. And then if we have a yellow wire, that's going to one of our 2 printers that are in the tabulation center, because we'll have to print logs and different things that we're reviewing. And then we do have a green wire and a red wire in the system. The green wire is for our duplication system. So sometimes voters will return a ballot that may be damaged. So that ballot, if maybe it's torn, right, or they've spilled coffee on that ballot and then they returned it to us, then we'll have a bipartisan team duplicate that ballot onto a ballot that then can be tabulated. So that would be the green wires, and then the red wires. I mentioned the primary and backup server, so that's going to be that the red wire that goes from the primary server to that backup server. It does look like they are getting close to wrapping up testing the ballots through our vote center tabulators. Christine, did they do the 0 from the EMS already as well? Okay. So a few other controls related to, or security measures related to the tabulation center is, one, this seems really simple, but it's a red pen. So we only use red pens within this facility when we have live ballots, and within the ballot tabulation center, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Only red pens are allowed. And the reason why we only use red pens is because our tabulators won't read red ink, right? So we're having to create logs every single day when we're using the tabulation equipment, right? So when the political party observers are here before every shift, they'll go around to each one of our machines and they'll log the number of ballots that have been tabulated. So if it's day one, it should be 0, right? Then we break for lunch. We'll go around to each of the machines, review the number of ballots that were tabulated on that first shift. Then our team goes for lunch, and then we come back after lunch, and then we'll have the political party observers verify that the number of ballots on each machine matches what was tabulated from the previous shift. And we do that all the way through the election cycle. And that's one of the ways we verify that we don't tabulate and don't insert any ballots into the system, right? We're only tabulating when the political party observers are here present, monitoring and watching us. And those observers, they fill out logs, and they use these red pens to fill out those logs. Same with our operators. As the operators are running the ballots through the tabulators themselves, they're logging each batch that they're tabulating the ballots, the number of ballots, and who tabulated that, right? And again, they're using red ink to fill out those logs.
So when they're taking the ballots out, it is the poll workers, which they're probably split in the voting locations. But for this specific activity of removing these ballots and placing them in the bag to seal them, we don't require any specific party split. However, when they're transferring ballots from the polling location, so once they've shut everything down, they're transferring ballots from the polling location to the receiving site. Once it's leaving the safety of the polling location, then it's going to go. Well, it's at the very end of the night. The poll workers would unlock once they're doing their closing procedures.
So there was a question about if ballots need to be removed from these vote center tabulators at the voting location, and they're locked the entire day of voting, and then if they needed to open it for any reason, like sometimes they might, the observers would watch. Yes.
Usually we're trying to close up the polling places expeditiously and safely as possible. So there would be the whole staff.
Because you get people that are concerned about name and all that stuff. So that's why they're trying to understand.
Yeah, they're removing the ballots and then
The ballots, put them in different bags that are then locked, right?
yeah, the black bags are then sealed. Yes, exactly.
And then a bipartisan team has to transfer them here.
Well, they transfer them to usually a receiving site. So someone closer by has another bipartisan team standing by to put everything in their truck, and then the trucks come back here.
And those receiving sites, so the questions are about the ballots coming back on election night. And so those receiving sites, again, it has to be poll workers appointed by the inspector. The inspector is the supervisor of the voting location. They have to be from either the two largest parties, so Republican and Democrat, in a partisan election, right? If we have a jurisdictional election and it's nonpartisan, that could be just two of differing parties. Doesn't necessarily need to be the two largest parties. Now, as you saw when they were signing off on that tape, zero report, that's going to be the two judges in the voting location. Typically, those are appointed by the parties themselves. So a Republican and Democrat, they'll be signing off on that to verify not only the zero report, but at the end of the night, all the results that are logged on the system. They'll also then be breaking the seals to remove the memory cards from the tabulators.
And see, they're not sealed because we're testing them, but you'll see we seal at the end of the testing. We seal this one's
Yeah.
with a tape seal, tamper-evident tape, and then this one will have another zip tie seal on it.
Okay.
So this one's our backup SD card. So if something happens, the poll workers on their way back, we have this one seal safer, and then this one's when they actually peel off.
And that tape seal is numbered, right? And it is tamper evident. So when they peel that seal off, it will say voided, right? Because there are some times, right? Let's say one of our tabulators went down on election. It was like we plugged it into the wall, it was charging overnight at one of our churches, and then that outlet failed at that church, right? And then the battery power on our tabulator didn't last the entire next day. That's why we create spare tabulators. We might have to replace this tabulator on election night. Well, to avoid having to have several sets of memory cards, what our team will do, right, it'll be a technician that will go out in the presence of the poll workers that are on site, bipartisan team of poll workers, and the observers. They'll replace the tabulator on top. And so they'll actually have to remove the memory cards from the tabulator that's on site that ran out of battery power, take them out and put them into the new tabulator, reseal them, right? They have red seal, so that they'll log, all serialized, and then they'll take the seals that they had to remove and they actually affix it on the back of something called a precinct ballot report. So that precinct ballot report then will have all those sticker seals with those unique serial numbers, and you'll see the voids across them because we don't want them using them again, right? So then they put in a new sticker seal. And then at the end of the night, once those memory cards have been, just the poll worker memory card has been removed from the door, put into a clear, we call it a bubble pack. It used to have bubble material. Now it's a clear pack because we want, at the receiving site, the workers that are there to be able to look inside and make sure that there's 2 memory cards, one from each tabulator at the voting location in there, so they don't have to send them back. But once they remove that memory card, they put a new seal even over that empty slot, and that's how we're maintaining chain of custody over this tabulator when our truck drivers go out the next day or the day after that to pick up everything. So every seal number is logged. So when our team here, they did all, so right now the Secretary of State just doing a sampling of the equipment that's going out. So 2 different vote centers. I believe this is Tolleson and Litchfield Park. But we had to do 100% of our tabulation equipment. And we did that last week on June 10th. The political party, the county chairs sent, either they came or they sent a representative to watch us as we performed that testing. That's when we affixed all the seals to every tabulator except for these 4, because we knew that they were going to be used here, right? And for us to complete the test, we have to remove the memory card, read the results into the election management system. But all of those have those seals, and they scanned. So they have a scanner. We call it our GTAC scanner, that they're scanning every single seal. And then that gets printed on the precinct ballot report. And the poll workers at the voting location, then before they open up their polls on election day, they're going to go through and verify, and they sign off. Every seal that was affixed here during the logic and accuracy test is the same seal that is affixed on that equipment at the voting location. So they sign off on all of that. And if it's wrong, they call. And we'll have a hotline, and we say, don't use the equipment, right? We're going to replace that equipment. We've never really had that happen. The only time we've had something like that happen is sometimes, we have a lot of LDS churches we use in a general election, and we might have 2 LDS churches that are named very similarly. So then when our truck drivers delivered the equipment, they delivered one set of tabulators to the wrong church and another set of tabulators to the other church. Because we're a vote center model, the tabulators still work, they work fine. It's just they'll have the wrong tamper evident seal numbers on the log that they have to. So we'll work with the poll workers to resolve that, but they can still use the equipment.
You want to see Bernard has been holding on to an overvote ballot, so you can see very similar to the blank ballot.
Oh, okay, so
Voter chose
3 of
too
them.
many, yeah.
All 3.
Very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Loved everybody.
And sometimes they will, they'll correct their vote, right? They realize there was a vote for one and they couldn't vote for all 3, and then they'll correct their vote. And so the tabulator will notify them.
And they'll go to the poll worker, what's going on? And they can hit, and you can,
See which contest. So if there's 85 contests on this ballot and they overvoted all 85 contests, that screen will allow them to scroll all the way through to see every contest. If they don't think they overvoted their ballot, they could have it hit the red button, return, and then they can look at their ballot.
She wants to vote for all three, so she put,
Yeah.
count it.
Count it, that's the way I want it counted.
Yeah. And then if they say, oh, nope, I did not mean to do that,
Right.
then they can go spoil that ballot. So they have to go work with the poll worker. The poll worker will spoil that ballot, put it in the spoil box. We have a log for all of those that come back. The voter will have to recheck in, right, to the voting location, spoil the first ballot through the check-in system, get issued a new
They
ballot.
go back in line, or what is it?
They don't have to go to the end of the line. They'll just go to the next available check-in
Got it.
station to have that ballot printed for them. But sometimes, if they overvote and they're like, you're just like this one, nope, I couldn't make up my mind. I'm just going to vote for both of them. And one thing that people think is, well, that's not a vote. Well, in some ways they're right. It's not a vote for an individual candidate, but it is a overvote. And we keep track of every single overvote, right? So when we do when we're going to come to you as a board member to have that ballot or all the results canvassed at the end of the election, we're going to be able to back into and say, this is the total number of ballots that were voted in this contest. This is the number of ballots that were voted for each candidate that was named on the ballot. These are the number of ballots that were voted for each official write-in candidate. These are the number of ballots that were voted for the unofficial write-in candidates, right? And then the number of ballots that sometimes people skip contests, right? So the undervotes and the overvotes, and 100% of those should reconcile, right? And that's one of the ways we do when we're doing our post-election audits. We're looking all of that to make sure that they reconcile before we take it to the board for the board to canvass the election. So we were discussing earlier about the tabulator boxes at the voting location. Once the poll workers verify, well, we seal them up, we lock them, but once the poll workers verify the 0 reports in the morning, these tabulators stay locked the entire day, with one exception.
Who is the key?
So the inspector of the voting location has the key.
Okay.
So if there was a jam, sometimes when a voter's inserting their ballot into the tabulator, it may jam, right? And then the machine will tell you whether that ballot was counted or not. But to clear the jam, they will need to then open up that side door. When they open up that side door, they're going to have a form. It's called a event log. For us in Maricopa County, it's golden, so we call it our goldenrod form. And they're going to fill up who was there, right? 2 people of different parties. If the observers are present in the voting location, they invite the observers over, right? And they fill out. We had to open up this tabulator at this time to clear a jam, right? And so then they'll take the key, they'll open it up, they'll pull, right? There will be a seal here. They have to break the seal, right? And then they'll open it up, and then they'll clear the jam, and this will tell them if it counted or not, right? And if it counted, then they can just drop it in the ballot box, close it back up, and reseal it. If it didn't count, they take the ballot out, they hand it to the voter, and the voter then can insert it again, and then they would log everything. This is the seal. So this is a port. So there's some ports here. We don't leave this. So any port, even this one will be sealed. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So this, right, we have 5 different ballot, our parties for this election. So that takes it a little bit longer for a primary than versus a general, but it's only one contest on each of those ballots. And for the Libertarian, No Labels, and the Green Party, they don't actually have any named candidates on the ballot, but they do have some official write-in candidates. So when those voters get their ballot, they won't see any candidates, but there'll be a contest there, and then they can write in a candidate's name.
If it's official, you'll have the name at the location?
Yes, we have it on our website. The Secretary of State has it on their website. Oh, so for you all, in case you didn't hear the question, so if it was a write-in candidate and their official write-in candidate, how does the voter know who are the official write-in candidates? So we put a list on our website. The Secretary of State will have a list on our website, and at the voting location, right, we will have then lists at the voting location. Even in our voting booths, we'll have a reference to that, so then the voter can go get that list when they're making that decision for that write-in candidate, the official write-in candidates. And then for anyone who's voting through the mail, the instructions will then point those voters to the website list. And then we maintain, and that will also be for if a candidate withdraws, because sometimes candidates withdraw after we've printed the ballots, right? And so then you have a named candidate on the ballot. So that very same list will be the list of write-ins and list of any withdrawn candidates. And we have to update that continuously because sometimes, especially right for a general election when we have 86 contests on the ballot, there could be numerous candidates that withdraw after we've created the ballots. So as soon as we get notified of that and they've submitted the official paperwork, then we will print out new lists, and then we have to redeploy them to all of our voting locations, right, to make sure that every voting location has that updated list. And we do that so if it's in the morning, by the end of the day, we will have updated lists by the end of the day at all those voting locations. If it's at the end of the day, we'll have it there for when they open their polls the next day. So it's a very, when someone withdraws, it's a big logistical effort to make sure we're updating that information. Yeah. So we had a question about chain of custody earlier, and we keep track of chain of custody throughout all our various different processes. So from the early voting, right, so the majority of voters in Maricopa County in Arizona vote a early ballot, whether that is a ballot that goes through the mail, one that they return to a drop box, or an in-person early ballot issued at an early voting location. Right, so if they're coming back in through the mail, right, each ballot, that green affidavit, and different counties have different affidavit envelopes. Some have blue, but Maricopa County, we use a green one. That has a unique barcode that's attached directly to each voter. So there's no two barcodes attached that would be assigned to two different voters, right? Each voter has their own unique barcode that's assigned to them. And so if you're signed up for our text message services, if you go to ballot-ready.vote, right, that will show when we're preparing the ballots, right? Will sometimes happen in the 50 days before Election Day. We'll start to roll over the system and it says your ballot's being prepared for the election, right? When we mail out that ballot at 27 days before Election Day, if you're signed up on the active early voting list, you're gonna get a text or an email that's gonna say your ballot's been mailed. Once you've completed that ballot and you sign that affidavit envelope, you put a phone number there in case we've questioned your signature, and then you date that envelope, and when you mail it back to us, when we get it back in our custody, you'll get a text saying we received your ballot. And then we'll go through and it'll go through signature review. If your signature has been verified, right, you'll get a text saying your ballots, your signature has been verified, you have a good signature, and it's going to be sent to tabulation. If your signature has been questioned, you'll be notified at that point in time and what next steps you could take to cure that signature. Right? That unique barcode that's on that affidavit envelope is so critical. So it's used for notifying the voters, but it's also used for tracking the ballot through the entire process. So once we have to go and take those ballots and then create something called an Australian ballot. Yes, I did say an Australian ballot. So that is a constitutional right that every voter has to a secret ballot. And the reason I called it an Australian ballot is because that's the first place that this concept was introduced, was in the country of Australia. It's now rolled out to pretty much every country and every state. Every state in the nation of the United States uses a secret ballot. And that's the same here in Arizona and Maricopa County, right? So we have a bipartisan processing board, right? Republicans and Democrats that are going to remove that ballot from that green affidavit envelope, right? So we've tracked custody all the way through. We're going to have a header sheet in our batch of about 200 a batch. We're going to verify that all those affidavit envelopes are on that header sheet based on that unique serial number. That's how we're maintaining custody at that point in time. And then once we remove the ballot from that affidavit envelope, then we're going to have our stack of about 200 in a batch. We're going to have that bipartisan processing board fill out a chain of custody form, right? The date, the time, who they were, how many ballots that they removed from envelopes, and then that's going to come in from our ballot processing, which is all going to be under live video stream, and it's going to come to our vault here, and it's right behind. I'll actually go over here. So this is our secure ballot vault, and they'll be stored. We have to have 2 people that will take the carts from the ballot processing boards and wheel them into our vault, and they'll stay here in the vault until we're ready to tabulate those ballots. Again, we will only tabulate when we have the political party observers here. So at the beginning of the shift, we'll wheel out all the carts that we're going to tabulate for the day. And then the political parties will actually then start selecting different batches from those carts to do something for a hand count, right? So every election that has a federal contest or a state or legislative contest on the ballot, we do a hand count of those. And those are randomly selected batches from the political parties, right? So we'll have the Republican representative for the county party come and say, yep, I want this batch, and I want to run it on this tabulator. And then we turn to the Democratic observer, and the Democratic observer say, well, I want this batch, and I want to run it on that tabulator, right? And then the Libertarian Party observer will be here, and they say, well, I want this batch. I want to run it on that tabulator, right? And we go through, and then we select enough batches throughout the day, so then the day after Election Day, the county chairs will come in that evening, and then they'll randomly select batches from all those batches that were selected every single day that we've been counting ballots. We make sure that we have batches from every single tabulator included, right, from every single day included, and then those they go to be hand counted by the political parties, not the county staff, right? But those chain of custody forms come in here after the batches have been selected for hand count, and our operators will be filling out other logs. That's how we trace the ballot that goes through a tabulator all the way back through to the processing board that processed it. Very thorough, documented chain of custody of every ballot that's come in here to be tabulated throughout the entire process. And we can do that for whether it's an early ballot or we have an entire different process where we'll be coming back from the voting locations on Election Day, but just as rigorous. So I think we're getting close to wrapping up the accessible voting equipment, and then we can start doing our central count equipment. And I don't know how many ballots, because this is a blind test for us, that the Secretary of State is testing, but for our county tests, we will have a total of 928 ballots that will be included. See, the tabulators will notify not only of an overvote, but also if a voter cast a entirely blank ballot. We don't notify the voter if they only undervoted a single contest, because that's actually quite common. Voters won't vote the entire ballot. But even if they skip a contest, for all the contests that they did vote, those will be counted. But if it's an entirely blank ballot, we will notify the voter, because that could be an indication that the voter, instead of filling in the ovals, maybe they circled the ovals, right? And then if they've circled the ovals and they haven't gone into the target area of the oval, that could then be an indication that the voter filled out the ballot incorrectly, and then they'd have the opportunity to correct that ballot by actually filling in the ovals. Sometimes they circle the candidates' names, right, instead of even circling the ovals, right? So that, again, would then show as a completely blank ballot if they did that for every contest, and the voter would be made aware of that from the tabulators.
I was blank. You can't overvote on the accessible devices. It'll stop you. It'll say you're selecting too many.
Right, but they didn't
But-
vote for any.
Yeah, but you can still vote for nothing.
Gotcha.
And it'll warn you when you undervote. So this is a blank ballot again. It'll warn you at your summary screen. It'll say, some contests are undervoted, or it'll have a yellow warning.
So as part of the test, our staff are, like when the tabulator's alerting us that there's something that we need to review of the about the ballot, our staff are the ones pushing those buttons. However, we train our poll workers that they're not to push those buttons at the voting location. So it's only the voter. Right? The voter makes the decision of whether they want to have that ballot cast or if they want to have that ballot returned to them. So it's their role to press those ballots. So this is very similar to what would happen on election night, right? So the poll workers would have to then go and enter their unique password that they have. They would have a security token that they have that's assigned to them. They'd have to fix it to the tabulator, enter the password, and then they would then run their closing results report. And they'll run two different reports, and these are these tally sheets. One of those reports is going to go in with the ballots, and then those are going to be sent to, if that batch is selected for a hand count, that's what the hand count boards are going to use to verify that the results, right? Because those ballots will be put in these black canvas bags. They'll be sealed. They stay sealed all the way until those ballots are hand counted. The other tally receipt will then go in with the results card, right? And then we always, right, in elections, well, my former career, I was an auditor, right? And as an auditor, I used to try to, as part of our efficiency reviews, reduce redundancies. In elections, we love redundancies, right? Because you have so many temporary workers that are assisting in the process. You have political party observers, you have equipment. It's like setting up a small business on election day to run one day, right? And you've provided all this training to all your poll workers. You want it to run incredibly smoothly. Okay, we're gonna start central count. All right, but we always come up with backup plans, right? And backup plans after backup plans, just in case something doesn't go according to plan. So now we've moved on to our central count equipment. So this equipment can run, so it's the specifications for it, about 8,000 ballots per hour per equipment. And that could even be if we have 85 contests on the ballot, a 20-inch ballot. So incredibly fast. However, we do all of that logging that I was describing earlier. So that logging is when those early ballot processing boards fill out that batch log that's coming in showing how many ballots were removed from the affidavit envelopes. Our operators would then be verifying when they run the ballots through the tabulator, and that bipartisan processing board of humans said that there was 199 ballots in this batch, right? We're gonna run them through the tabulator and verify. There's 199 ballots in that batch. They're gonna log it manually. So all of that handwritten logs will about slow the tabulators down in half. So when we have a very efficient operator, manning the machine, filling out the logs. We can get about 4,000 ballots per hour on this equipment. And these per machine. Yes, 8 of them, right? So, and then we have our 5 Canon machines, and they're about half as fast, right? So if we weren't doing all those manual logging, we would be able to get about 4,000 ballots per hour per machine, but with the manual logging, it's about 2,000 ballots per machine. So in a recount, that's when we're really able to really put right, because the machines are rarely the bottleneck in the voting process. It's usually, right, the bottleneck is that signature verification, or then the humans that are separating the ballot from the affidavit envelope. And then the last step of the process, electronic adjudication, right? The humans that are involved in that process. The machines, we usually run out of ballots every single day, right? We can't keep them even operating for a full 8-hour shift because we just run out of product, I would say, or ballots to be tabulating, except for in a recount, right? Because we already have all the ballots that are going to be in the recount. So those are the days that we can really run our equipment, and we can get upwards of 500,000 ballot pages through a day with this equipment. If we have every single machine running, we have an operator at every machine, and we have someone that's assisting them at every machine, and then we have staff members that are pulling out all the different ballots from the vault, readying the boxes. Right, it's a really well-run, efficient operation. Oh, so one thing that's beautiful about this equipment is it has, if, like, say there's a misfeed or 2 ballots that are stuck together, sometimes, right, when you're voting an early ballot and that envelope has glue on it, right, because people are going to lick that envelope or maybe use a sponge on that envelope to seal that envelope. Sometimes that could get transferred to a ballot itself, and then that ballot has a little bit of sticky residue on it, and then when you're doing the batches, they go together and then they get stuck together. This tabulator will then outstack that and then alert the voter or the operator that there's 2 ballots stacked together. Where our smaller cannons, and you don't have to restart and run the batch again. But our smaller cannons, one thing that makes them so much slower is because if that happens, they have to rerun and start the batch, cancel that batch and rerun it and start it over completely.
I think that's what they do for their testing on their, and we, you use different colored ink pens and check marks and hearts and all the things that voters do. And I'm like, there's a picture, there are directions. It's just important to always check the number of ballots. And people say, well, of course it's correct because you know how many ballots. Well, you know how many ballots in the real world because you know how many in each batch the reporter sends. On election day, you know how many people signed in and got, so you know the number. That's just key to check that. If our numbers are off for some reason, then the totals would never be accurate. Do you have 24 precincts?
23 precincts in Maricopa County.
We're testing, I believe, 15. So we don't do all, we just random draw. And then it's random how many from the script, so everybody gets over votes, under votes. So this really couldn't be more random. There's no idea which number in like early election. So they have no idea what our test deck number is. So it just couldn't be more random. But I always say if people know how to make it more random, let me know.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
Lisa, this step is only 96,
It should be 97.
just reran it a second.
You ran it a second time?
Plus 1
Same
here.
here.
You had one that was +1?
Plus 1, okay.
So you're plus one,
Perfect.
then you're minus one.
Yeah.
So let's just make a note of that here. Okay. Perfect. I just got it the wrong, yeah. And lots of times on the
This is what is used by Runbeck to sort, to make sure that the right, so when we're mailing out the ballots, right, they'll then use this to make sure that they've got the right envelope with the address for the outgoing ballot with the right ballot style, because in a primary election we'll have 32,000 different ballot styles, so that's how they ensure that the voter gets the correct. And this is what we use for duplication, right? So at our duplicate, so if a ballot is damaged, coffee spills, torn, and it's coming back to us, we'll scan it in. We have scanners over here, and that's then what pulls up for our duplication boards to duplicate the correct ballot.
Is that also how these machines know, you know how candidate positions change within each of the contests? They rotate sometimes?
That's actually this number.
It's
Right
actually
here.
Different, it's
So
not
it's,
that
well,
keyword thing.
this is our visual number
Oh,
that we can
okay.
see, but it's actually these markings down
Okay.
here. So it's
Forgive
the
me for
second
my-
The
row.
timing marks, yeah.
When is it when the ballot processors check some number on the outside of the envelope with the number, is that
It-
number?
This number up here. So
Okay.
this is the ballot
Alright.
style, and
Okay.
the ballot style appears on the envelope.
So the question was about at ballot processing. Those are those bipartisan boards that are separating that ballot from the affidavit envelope. Those are humans that are separating that ballot from that envelope. And one of the checks they do is make sure that the correct ballot is in the right envelope. Because believe it or not, sometimes voters will return a ballot from a prior election, right? So, so for this upcoming CD7 special primary election, they may return a ballot from a prior election in that affidavit envelope. Well, that ballot won't run through our tabulators. Our tabulators are programmed not to accept that ballot, but we, for efficiency purposes, want those human boards to identify that ballot before it even comes to the tabulator and log that this is a ballot from a different election. Sometimes they'll put the ballot from the different election in that envelope as well as the correct ballot from that envelope, right? So that processing board will reject, right, the one ballot that's not from that election, right, and then allow the ballot from the election to move forward and progress and get tabulated. So we are the final county being tested. I mean, usually we are because the Secretary of State's office is located here in Phoenix, right? So they start their tests going out to all the other more rural counties, and their last day of their testing is in Maricopa County. And so, so Miss Mara, she's busy right now. I don't want to distract her. I'm assuming every county successfully passed all of their LNAs to date. Yes.
Correct, everybody did.
So we're the last holdout with our test being today.
We're gonna do adjudication next, so we'll migrate over to the far side of the room by turn.
So adjudication. So I was talking about this earlier. So adjudication is if a voter completes their ballot in a way that our tabulation equipment can't determine voter intent, right? So that's going to be for a write-in, right, candidate, or it could be because they overvoted a ballot. And so we have to, as part of state statute and the Secretary of State's Elections Procedures Manual, we also have to test the adjudication stations that are going to be used in this equipment. So I am moving over here, and we have a new camera that's set up. So we'll wait till everyone sort of gets over here. Okay. So while everyone's sort of walking and making their way over here, electronic adjudication is performed, and these have to be individuals, the judges. So it's a board. So it's a 3-member board. So the 2 judges have to be a Republican and a Democrat. And then we'll have a roving inspector, right, that also signs off and then watches as each of the boards ends up performing the electronic adjudication. That inspector, it can be a member, state statute allows of any party. Now, we only will hire an independent or party not declared or libertarian or green party or no labels party individual to that inspector role, because we never want to create a situation where you'd have 2 Democrats versus 1 Republican, or vice versa, 2 Republicans versus 1 Democrat. Right, so as they're going through and performing electronic adjudication, they also fill out a manual log of every action they take on the ballot. So then once they review their end of the shift, they'll review that manual log with a system-generated log to make sure that every action they logged on that handwritten log matches what was imported into the election management system. So we're pulling up the result in our adjudication system, and we're going to be using for this election 3 adjudication stations, right? So that's what's being tested today. And the majority of the time, the workers that work in this role, they may be appointed by the county chairs themselves. So if they sent us a list of individuals that they'd want us to hire for this role, we would then attempt to work with those individuals to work in this capacity. However, sometimes we're not able to because, right, we'll have a shift that someone needs to work for approximately 3 weeks as an electronic adjudicator, because they go through a lot and extensive testing or training. But if they're not able to make that commitment to work for 3 weeks, then they may say, okay, we'll hire them as a poll worker instead, and then we'll just backfill that with another Democrat. So one of the things that we were able to use to help us build out this facility was something called HAVA. So that's the Help America Vote Act. Right, so that's a federal law that has all sorts of different requirements related to it. But one of those is it provides election offices funding, or grant funding. And so we actually use that grant funding to add all of this racking that we see above my head. I don't know if you can see it through that. And so this is where you can trace all those wires from the individual stations. The other thing that we used the HAVA grant funds for was for that server room, to make that a glass server room. So any of the observers that are here in the room as we're tabulating ballots can look directly into the server room. But you don't have to drive all the way down here, right? You can watch from our 24/7 live video streams, right? So our live video streams has wonderful, great views throughout this space, our ballot tabulation center, but they also can look into that server room. And one of the things I like to tell people that come in for a tour, because we do offer lots of tours of our facilities, that if you have run out of content to watch on your favorite streaming station, well, then you can always watch what we do here every single day, because, again, we're available 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, that you can come watch our live video streams. And I'm telling you, it's riveting, right? And you'll be able to watch us do our work. All right, so now we're going through and adjudicating the ballots, right? And so what goes to adjudication? Well, anytime that it's a completely blank ballot, that would go to adjudication. We're verifying, again, that the voter didn't circle the ovals or circle the names rather than fill in the ovals, right? If they consistently voted by circling the names on all the different contests, well, then you can actually determine that voter's intent on how they completed the ballot. The other thing is they're looking for any contest, again, that overvote situation. So if for this election, CD7 primary election, it's a vote for one, meaning that there's only one candidate in each of the contests that you can vote, right? But sometimes there's our contests that are vote for two. For example, U.S. representative, or sorry, state representative. When that's on the ballot, that's a vote for two. Similarly, corporation commission. Sometimes that can be multiple candidates that are eligible for running for election in multiple seats that are open that a voter can vote for. So if that's a vote for two, vote for three, sometimes vote for four, and like in the contest for precinct committeemen, there might be a vote for 10 in some of those elections. So lots of candidates that people would vote on that ballot. So they could fill in 10 ovals if it's a vote for 10. Now if they filled in 11, that's when it would trigger as an overvote. So this system logs every action that the adjudication boards take. All right, so our tabulation system in its logs will log how it initially went through and was read by the tabulator itself. And then it would add an audit mark of every single contest and how that ballot was read by the tabulator and how it was voted. If it goes to adjudication, so electronic adjudication, a new audit mark will get affixed, but it won't replace the prior audit mark. It will just add that new audit mark, right? And then it will show every single contest on the ballot after it went through electronic adjudication. So in those situations, there would be two audit marks on the ballot. Why they're finishing up the adjudication. I think I'm going to go get a drink of water so I can come back once they're done, and then as we're reviewing the results. So I'll be back here shortly, but you can still watch via our cameras.
We put it over here so it'd be closer to where we were at the end, and didn't tell you guys.
That's good.
All right, so
It was a
we've
test for me.
run the results report now that everything went through electronic adjudication. And we're going to compare the results report with the Secretary of State's predetermined results to make sure they match. And if they match, then we will have a successful logic and accuracy test. So the county chairs will partner in reviewing and comparing the results.
The ones you have in there are our county tests. They will not match. Oh, so it's not this? No, it's not that. They're grabbing their results.
So go ahead.
Well, that'll be when we do the county tests after the political party test. That's what you'll use to compare.
So, Lisa, do you want to take a seat with them?
Sure.
You want to read?
I can read, you can read. This is a party thing, you guys should read.
I'm breaking
So-
the seal. 5922. Drum roll. And
Oh, so you can see the nice void.
the nice little void.
Yeah.
Boy, did really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
And the tape itself is also.
Well, if you didn't have sealed results, it wouldn't be quite the same.
Right?
Yeah.
A lot more fun then.
It's gotta be, you know.
Okay, I don't know what I do this.
Well, the first thing you're gonna wanna look for is your total ballots cast, because that's gonna be the real important part. And you have 1,014, and you have 1,014.
So the total ballots cast matches, so that's right, that's correct. And what's important why you test that is to make sure that when the operators are running the ballots through the tabulators, they didn't miss one, or they didn't accidentally count one twice. So the good news is the total number of ballots match. Now they'll be checking the individual contests and the results for each candidate in those contests.
Please? Yep. Yeah, and then when you're all done, all the parties will sign both results so that we know this is their result, this is our sealed result. Republican Davis, 165. Yeah, 164. Okay, so we'll have to find that. Okay. Rivas, 120. And right, yeah, right, but that should be 120. Rodriguez is 107.
No, it's on two.
For a total of 392.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
And no write-ins?
Wonder if what's on that.
Everything's off by one, which the total should be off by three,
Mm-hmm.
No, because then you have, so this is off by 1,
right?
and then that's
Oh,
off.
that's up by one, that's down by one.
Right.
Oh, I see, so that's down by one, so it's,
Yeah. So let's finish with libertarian, and
Yeah.
then no labels in green,
Yeah.
and then we'll find out where those are. So, Green Party, 5, write-in.
So we had the Democratic candidates matched exactly. The Republican candidates were off. A few of them were off one in either direction. So this could be a couple different things that are causing this. One, when the staff member were voting the ballots on the accessible voting device, they may have selected one of the candidates incorrectly. So we'll have to go trace it back to see if that was one of the causes. It could have been in adjudication, right? One of the adjudication boards selected the contest differently than what the Secretary of State did. So we'll have to investigate and figure out what's causing this and make sure that, and then we'll have to rerun the results once we find whatever the issue is and make sure that it's not a system issue.
Oh, from what it should be, right?
This is what it
He's
should
over.
be.
Yeah, this is what it should be, so 107, so he's over by 1, because he got 1 away, right? So 7? Okay. And the total is
do a report for early election day provisional.
All right, while we do this research, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the mic, and then once we figure it out, I'll be back to report out what we found. Okay, so we are back. So what had occurred was when we went through and the political party representatives, along with the Secretary of State and our staff, were doing the final results comparison from the results that the Secretary of State had produced compared to the system and the LNA generated results that we produced, we found that there was actually a error. So we had to go through and identify exactly what caused that. Was it the system itself, our tabulators, or was it maybe when someone was filling out one of the accessible voting devices, they voted that incorrectly? Was it in adjudication? One of the adjudication boards voted or tallied that result incorrectly within the adjudication system. And so we first were able to rule out it was not voting the accessible voting devices incorrectly. It was not a result of the adjudication system. And it was actually not even a result of our tabulation system. What it was, because we had to go through and do a hand count of the actual ballots that the Secretary of State filled out and then brought in for the logic and accuracy test. And when we did that hand count of those ballots, they matched the results that our system counted today. So we were able to then deduce from that was when the Secretary of State's office was first compiling the initial results, there was a error on their side with one of their ballots, and they produced, when they generated those results, something that didn't match the actual ballots that they brought here for the test today. So we've now produced an errorless result based on comparing it to a hand count of the ballots that were brought to us from the Secretary of State. So that means we've successfully passed the Secretary of State's test. We still have, though, 2 more tests, logic and accuracy tests, that we're going to complete today. I think we're going to take, after we sign the certificates, we're going to take a short little break. I think some folks probably just maybe need to make a phone call, get a couple drinks of water, and then we'll be back with the political party test, and then we'll follow that up with the county test. So we'll be back to you shortly. Thank you. Bye.
right, welcome back. My name's Christine Deister. I'm the Deputy Director of Elections. I oversee tabulation. I'll be filling in for Scott for the rest of the afternoon. The next test we're going to do is our party logic and accuracy test. I have our wonderful party chairs who are going to mark some ballots themselves, and then we will hand count the results. We're going to do 20 ballots in total, 10 Democrat, 10 Republican. We'll then bring those ballots back in here and run them through the equipment chosen by the party chairs and get results for that. We will be taking a quick break so we can go mark those ballots, and then we will be back shortly. Thank you so much. right. Welcome back. We have gone and we have marked 10 Election Day ballots and 10 early ballots for the test, and we're going to be running those now. So we have our 10 early ballots over here if we want to go ahead and have Renee run them. There's 5 from each party. There may be some that need to go to adjudication. And then we'll have Jackie over there run the Election Day ballots on our vote center tabulator. So there are 2 machines we are using. We're testing both early and election day. 5 from each party on each machine for a total of 20 ballots. This is a test we've added since, in the past couple election cycles. It's not required by law, but it's an additional step we take with our political parties where they mark the ballots and the team does not know the results ahead of time, to be extra sure that our machines are working. We have Jackie running the Election Day ballots over here on our ICP2. Over yonder. Yeah. You guys like the party logic and accuracy test? This is a good step. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. They mark the ballots willingly. Good cooperation. And we do have some ballots that need to go to adjudication, so we'll have a team over there. We only need 2 people in here. I just can't help as an inspector. I'm the only person that, in theory, knows what the results are. I'll be honest, though, we counted them and wrote down the numbers, and I couldn't tell you what they are definitively. Yeah, and if you guys actually, before you you already shut it down, but you can see on the results here for our party chairs that we have a total of 10 ballots, which is what we indeed marked.
So we should sign, right?
Oh yeah, you can initial, yes, that'd be great. All right, there we go. All right. We'll only need to fire up one of the adjudication stations for this test. Because it's so few ballots, we're going to go all the way back over to adjudication now. Oh, and don't forget the results. All right.
Inspector? You want to be our inspector?
Here you go.
Christine's on the mic.
Yes, because I'm on the mic. I cannot be the inspector for this time.
Was there adjudication on ICP2s? Did you have write-ins?
No.
Because you only did them.
Yeah.
We're
It,
waiting here for Karen.
there are no qualified write-ins for the Democrat and Republican parties. There are qualified write-ins for the Libertarian, Green, and No Labels Party. If you want to vote for a write-in, you can go to candidatelist.maricopa.vote and see the qualified write-ins if you are a No Labels, Green, or Libertarian candidate. Or voter, not candidate. You can see the candidates there.
We have a write-in, but it's also the vote. But we got the write-in vote, so we had to assign it, right?
I'm trying not to look. Good job, guys. All right. So we finished adjudication for the party LNA test. We're getting results now, and we'll do a comparison. We have results in this sealed envelope, specifically for the political party logic and accuracy test. These are hand-tallied results that we tallied a moment ago. So we'll find out how good we are at hand counting after this morning. Yeah, all right. So they'll bring the results over shortly. The adjudication was fun. We had some really good examples here from our party observers who may have seen some live ballots that look kind of like the ones that they put in here.
Yeah. Right. I thought you meant
After this test is complete, we will do the county logic and accuracy testing, which will be similar to the Secretary of State's test in the sense that we test all of the equipment, not just a few of the pieces in the room. And then that will be the last test for the day. All right.
These are the zeros. These are the zeros we printed before the test, but you didn't write them on the machine. And here are your results. Who's got your?
Yeah, let's break the seal. So we're going to break the seal and the very formal official. You might just rip the envelope.
I might have to just. Well, I have to tear through the thing. Is it
Yeah.
the top part of it? Oh yeah, then we'll do.
Who knows? Yeah. Maybe I should use a real seal in the future.
Okay, here are our results.
All right. So if you start on the front of this page, it should match up. Please note that we did not have the RSVPs from the no labels or green parties, so I did not include them in the results here.
Here, do you want to mark them? Should we mark them on both? Yes.
Yeah, why don't you check off on both?
5, 5. Okay, so 10. Okay. Yep. Yep. Zeros.
And then you should have some totals, yeah.
10, 10, 12.
Oh, it's still on the front. There's the Democrat results are on the front of this page.
Oh, sorry, I flipped.
Yeah. I tried to make it fit on one page, so their page breaks are different.
Fox 2,
Fox 2.
Grijalva 2,
Okay.
Harris 2, Hernandez 2, Malvido 1, and we have one
No
over.
write-ins and 1 overvote. Okay. So, yep. Yep. So that's right.
Okay.
12 against 10. Okay. Which is
And if you read straight down from the top here, it matches over here. So you can start with that number there, and it'll match that number there.
okay.
Yeah.
Undervote 0, overvote 0s, Gutierrez,
Okay.
3,
Okay.
Freitas 5, Rodriguez 1, Bridich 1, for a total of 10.
All right. And those are the only parties that we had to participate. So all of the rest should be 0 on the results.
Yep.
And we have a match for the political party logic and accuracy test. So, yeah, if there's any other numbers you need to confirming the zeros. But we'll have you guys sign and date on this form here. Yeah. Sign, date, and put your political party. So we have successfully passed our party logic and accuracy test. We're now going to move on to our county logic and accuracy test. So we will re-zero the equipment and set back to 1. So we will stay live, but we will not be talking for a little while. Thank you.
lasagna, right?
Lasagna.
All right, and we are getting ready for our county logic and accuracy testing here. We have all 3 central count tabulators are going to be used. We're also going to create some accessible ballots, just like the Secretary of State's did, using our ICXs. So the accessible ballots will be produced over there. And then we will also be producing we will be running ballots on our Election Day Vote Center tabulators, just like we did for the Secretary of State's test. This test will include, I have the number on my handy dandy sheet here, 993 ballots. We'll have 7 accessible ballots, 1 for each machine included in this test, 5 overseas and military ballots, 928 early ballots, 40 election day ballots, and 20 provisional ballots. Those are not necessarily distinct categories, so if you're doing the math at home, it would be the 9, 28, 40, and 25 you would add together to get to the 993 ballots. So that's what we're going to be testing in this. All 5 parties' ballots will be included, and we will be including votes for every candidate on the ballot and every write-in candidate as well. And just like with all the other tests, we will have some ballots going to adjudication as well. So we will get to see that. So we are resetting back to 0. You will see our political party observers shortly going around and looking at the zeros on every machine to confirm that they are indeed reset back to 0. All right, and I will check in again with the camera later. Confirmed that all of the equipment was set back to 0, so we're starting tabulation, and we've completed our accessible voting device test already. Each machine is getting one accessible voting device ballot included in the test. And as I think Scott mentioned earlier, every single accessible voting device gets tested prior to us doing this central count testing. We do a full logic and accuracy test of every single piece of equipment that will be used in this election, and then some additional spare pieces of equipment that we may need to be deployed in case of damage to a piece of equipment happening out in the field. So for example, if somebody forgets to plug in a device and its battery runs down, we'll actually just send out a spare piece of equipment so that we can bring that device in and get it recharged. All right. All of our equipment can tabulate ballots from any precinct on it. Our test is not separated by precinct, unlike the Secretary of State's test, so that's one of the differences. We have all of our precincts mixed together. Karen got it. Okay, don't shut that one down yet. So we're actually going to do some error checking on our Vote Center tabulator. We do this on all of the Vote Center tabulators when we are testing them, but for this test we do it again. These are some standard error messages that we just want to confirm are working on this piece of equipment. So I'm going to start with an overvoted ballot. So if a voter chooses more options than what is allowed for, that is considered an overvoted ballot. And a vote for none of these candidates should be counted. What we want to confirm for our Vote Center tabulators here is that it warns the voter that they're about to make an overvote, which it has done here on the screen. So as it can say, you have overvoted one contest, the Dem rep for U.S. District 7, sorry. You chose 2, you are only allowed 1. And then it gives the voter the instruction to please correct the ballot and to ask for a new one. So I'm just going to return this ballot because I don't want to actually include it in results. I just wanted to confirm the error message. The same is true for a totally blank ballot. So if a voter fills out no ovals, it should also warn the voter that they have filled out no ovals on the ballot. And it gives me a very similar message here. So I'm going to return this ballot as well. But rather than overvoted, it says you have a blank ballot. The next 3 ballots I'm going to run through are actually just going to be immediately rejected. So the first one is an early ballot. These devices are used on Election Day and should only accept ballots for Election Day. If a voter has their early ballot, they should place that in their early envelope and drop it in the drop box. They should not attempt to feed it through one of these devices because this is what happens. Oh, if I feed it incorrectly. There we go. It says invalid ballot because a voter who is voting an early ballot needs to have their signature verified before their ballot can be counted. They cannot just place it directly into this machine. Same thing for a provisional ballot. If you're issued a provisional ballot on Election Day, you should place that in the envelope, not in the tabulator, because there's additional research that needs to be done prior to your ballot being counted. And as you can see, it says invalid ballot once more. And then something specifically the Election Procedures Manual says our equipment shall accept ballots from this election and reject ballots from a wrong election. So I literally write wrong election on the ballot, and we're just going to confirm this is actually a let's see, what is this from? This is from the 2024 primary election, July 30th, 2024 primary election. As you can see, it says ballot misread. It doesn't even count this as a ballot for this election, so it does not recognize it and will reject it. All right, so that was the error testing on our vote center tabulators. We're now going to do some error testing on our central count equipment. So my favorite actually won't be rejected as an error. This ballot will be accepted, but you'll notice we are writing with red pen in this room. And that is because red pen, should I hold up the ballot? Is better. Okay. That is because red pen, we've specifically calibrated this equipment to not read red pen because we do need to write in here. So we do need some sort of an instrument we can use. These machines are told not to read red ink as anything. And so we have filled in every oval on this ballot with red pen. When we go over to adjudication, we'll see that this is indeed looks like a blank ballot. It does not look like this has been filled in, which is correct and what we are hoping for. So this ballot's going to get accepted by the machine. And we'll see it again later in adjudication. All right, and then once again, we have our wrong election ballot. This is also from the 2024 primary election. It looks the most similar to these ballots, so that's why I guess I included them as our wrong election ballots. This will also get rejected. And the reject reason is going to come up on this screen here. It'll say the ballot was not counted, and you can view the ballot to confirm that this is indeed the ballot that was not counted, which is what we wanted it to do. All right, the next one has damage in the timing marks. A ballot that has damage in the timing marks would be sent to duplication, and we would make sure that the voter's intent was counted. For this purposes, though, we're just confirming that this ballot will be rejected. And once again, it says ballot was not counted, and I can hit view ballot and confirm that this is indeed our error timing mark ballot. Gotta actually hit the X. There we go. All right, and then our final error checking. This is a double feed ballot. I taped two ballots together to simulate this, but this is a ballot that if a ballots have sticky substance on them or for some reason stick together, or the rollers just accidentally grab two ballots, we want to confirm that it's not going to count either of these. What it'll actually do is it'll shoot it out the back because we don't want it to count either of these. We want to separate these ballots and make sure that both ballots do get counted. So this error will actually, if you look at this screen, it will show a little X over here and the ballot will appear out the back. All right, and then I'm going to go behind the machine. And we have our double feed ballot that was rejected. All right, we will head over to adjudication next because we've finished tab. Oh, wait, no, we've got to do numbers. We'll do the numbers, and then we'll head over to adjudication. So I'm going to go ahead and do the numbers with our lovely county party folks here, and I will be back shortly. Or Renee will do the numbers with them. So they'll walk around and do the numbers. So I think Scott wanted me to show off our very thorough checklists while we are having them do the numbers. So when we are doing our pre-logic and accuracy testing for all of our deployable equipment, am I still on mic? Yeah, okay. We do a full long checklist of items that we are checking for during this time. This is not only for logic and accuracy testing, but also making sure that the equipment is clean, making sure it is charged, making sure that all components of this equipment are ready for use. Logic and accuracy test just refers to confirming that votes that are cast for a candidate are indeed counted for that candidate. Our checklists for checking our deployable equipment go beyond that. So this was for our ICP2s, our vote center tabulators. As you can see, we attach the results that we produce to each individual vote center tabulator, and then we check on an aggregate level that all of the vote center tabulators results match. This is for our accessible voting devices, similarly very long. We check all of the accessibility features on every single vote center device, so making sure the different languages work, making sure the tactile device works, making sure the audio works on every single vote center device before you deploy it. Now, the programming on each vote center accessible device is exactly the same, so we're confirming that the hardware is actually functioning correctly, making sure that those headphones are working, making sure the tactile device, every single button on it does work. So we do that through our checklist. And of course, then we also do a printer test. Once again, this is not part of a logic and accuracy test. This would be part of a hardware test that we do prior to this. We confirm that the supplies and the toner levels are good, and then we confirm a test print of a ballot. And then we actually produce a ballot from every single vote center device to be included in our test. We include that in our deployable equipment test. One ballot, at least, if not two, from every single accessible device gets included in our logic and accuracy testing, so we make sure all of them are printing well and printing that QR code dark enough that it is being read correctly by our vote center tabulators. So that is all part of our pre-testing that happened on June 10th. All right, they're almost done with the numbers here, so we'll be heading over to, like I said, adjudication. Adjudication is, of course, for ballots that need additional attention. We will have lots of write-in adjudication for this election because we have 4 write-in candidates, 1 Libertarian, 1 No Labels candidate, and 2 Green Party candidates. No write-in candidates for Democrats or Republicans. Their candidates are all on ballot. So we'll be seeing a lot of write-in during this test. We'll also get to see the red pen test over in adjudication. All right, we'll take a little pause, and then I'll be back on camera shortly. All right. So we're doing our adjudication now. We'll hopefully see the red pen test come through. It'll be the last ballot to come through adjudication. We've got great examples of ballots that appear blank, but actually have voter intent on them. So if a voter doesn't follow the instructions and instead circles a candidate's name or puts a check mark next to a candidate's name, that would be something that would have to come to adjudication because the ballot appears blank. If a voter, once again, overvotes those ballots, but then makes a correction mark, crosses out the candidate they didn't want to vote for, that would come through to adjudication. These are for early ballots, I should say, early ballots, because the voter wasn't standing in front of the tabulator. They didn't get that warning message right. If you're an early voter, you mark your ballot at home, you put it in an envelope, it comes here. So because you didn't get a warning message saying your ballot is blank or your ballot is overvoted, we then have to adjudicate those ballots. And we've got the red pen test here already. So if we want to zoom in here, get a good shot of it. As you can see, this ballot was fully filled in. We had all of the ovals filled in with red pen, but instead it is appearing as a blank ballot, which is why it is coming to adjudication here. So it is showing that we did correctly calibrate our equipment and set our election management system to not read red pen. Thank you, guys. You can continue. What was I saying? Another big reason things will come to adjudication is for write-ins. As I've mentioned a couple times, we have write-in candidates for this election. So we are testing that on our central count equipment, but also on our vote center equipment, because while the vote center equipment, those vote center tabulators are very good at seeing if the ovals are filled in, they can't read handwriting. None of our equipment can. So all write-ins have to go in front of a bipartisan board, who will then determine if the write-in is one of the qualified write-in candidates or if it is not a qualified write-in candidate. So if the oval is filled in and there's something written on that line other than the name of a qualified write-in candidate, so if you're writing Mickey Mouse, Daffy Duck, that just goes to the not qualified category. That doesn't get individually tabulated. But votes for qualified write-ins do get tabulated. And it looks like we're all done with adjudication, so go ahead and X out. All right, and we're going to be bringing results up momentarily. Yay, so close to the end. Oh, if I could get you guys to initial down this column saying that you did see the those are the numbers that you did indeed see. Yeah. Yeah, you saw those numbers on the tabulators.
We did indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I haven't told me.
Do you want a calculator? Can we get a calculator over here?
45.
2 calculators?
I know, yeah.
546, 547.
No, this is 4065.
But then 501.
Oh, yes, so 565. 566. Doesn't, hang on.
Yeah, you guys have a calculator. So what they're doing now is they looked at the final numbers tabulated on each device, so the central count equipment and the vote center equipment, and that equipment tells you how many ballots have been counted on it. It doesn't tell you results by candidate, but tells you a total number of ballots counted. And so they are confirming that the total number of ballots counted equals what our staff member said earlier. And then in addition to that, we will check against results to make sure that the total number of ballots counted counts. And we'll have you initial down that column, Patty, confirming that you saw those numbers and that the total number works. Yes, when there are calculators involved, it's very easy to find agreement in what these numbers say. And then this last line is the line saying that these numbers on this sheet only are correct and match what you saw. So we get your full printed name, signature, and party. That's all the statement says. And we'll have our staff member that went around with our party observers also sign the document as they saw the numbers. All right, and then I believe these are the predetermined results. Yep, baseline results. So somebody can look on to these, and then somebody will look on the results that are being produced right now. And you do that. Yeah, because you did the predetermined results for the party test, so it's good to flip-flop so we get some variety. And it's nice when it's a smaller election like this. The results are much shorter. For the primary election 2024, there were 103 pages. All right, and now the two parties are going to read to each other and make sure that the predetermined results match what we did today.
So we're going to go through all of these, I guess, right? Okay.
Yeah, they should match 100%.
664, election day 16, 11, 695, rapper 255, 12, 11, 273, libertarian 3, 4, 1, 8, green 4, 4, 1, 9. The labels 2, 4, 1, 7. Early vote 2, 8, 40, 25, guess, 138, write-ins 0, total is 276. Libertarian, undervotes 2, overvote 0. The writing candidates, there were 6. And we had not qualified, there were 2. Fernandez is 4. Okay. And then green, undervotes 2, overvotes 0. And then for the write-ins, there were 7. We had not qualified 2, Quintana 2, Swain 3. And then no labels, we had 1 undervote, overvotes was 0, writing candidates were 6. Had not qualified of 1, Grayson had 5.
Do we match? All right, we match on our county logic and accuracy testing, so we have officially passed the Secretary of State, the party, and the county level logic and accuracy testing. So good job, team. All right, so we are all set for the special Congressional District 7 primary election. There we go. The voter registration deadline is today if you want to participate in the election. It is Monday, June 16th. Early ballots get mailed out on the 18th, this Wednesday. And then we will have some early voting locations open on the 18th, 1 early voting location, and then Election Day is July 15th. We'll have 8 locations open here in Maricopa County. But however, if you live outside of Maricopa County, check your county's website. Our website is maricopa.vote, and you can check your voter registration status at ballot-ready.vote. Thank you all for watching.